Good morning, good morning. Why did my drawings unlink overnight? That's my question for today. Wait, like seriously, what am I supposed to do here? Okay, they're clearly synced here. So what happens if I draw on another window over here? It will show up? Oh my god. Okay. Yo, yo, yo. Sorry, just trying to figure out why TradingView is the worst. Man, it is so cold here. It was 75 degrees yesterday, and now it is 32. I am freezing. Good morning, Allie. Okay.
Iran says steel plants in Isfahan targeted by US Israeli strikes. He had initial news from semi-official news agency MEH saying that US Israeli airstrikes targeted steel plants in southern western Iran and in the central city of Isfahan.
All right. I think we're set up enough. so cold. Rejected our 30-second opening ranges on both ES, NQ, and RTY here at our highs into our absorption that we saw from our previous attempt to push sell side held on our 15-minute POCs on both ES and NQ, but also our 30-second opening ranges here are into these highs. So no ability to push rotation back down to our value lows here. We have to get below 470 on ES for this to really matter. So we saw some pretty clear absorption into our highs there on ES. And we have some very clear sell side levels. Here, check that out. Right, so like some pretty clear levels here. Into our 80s, into our 70s, and again, just into our 95 here with our absorption. You can see that seller being able to absorb from the sweep down, where they were able to absorb here, and they're now able to rotate us back down to this 470. So we're going to need to see, I'm thinking probably a rotation back up to this 80 for offer from here, and then we'll test into this sweeper, and then we'll look to see like if this can fall down, maybe something like that. I don't know. I'm keeping an eye on this, or just the secondary leg can do it if we can get below and then offer without having to need to come back up to this 80. But I think that we should expect that there'll be a buyer here into this low. I don't know, but this is what I'm watching for, something like that.
So reminder,
actually physically
at 10 a.m.
shaking.
Eastern time,
I'm so cold.
we get the University of Michigan sentiment final forecast 54, prior 55.5.
Jesus, turn on my heat. I had my windows open yesterday. I'm so unprepared for how cold it is right now.
So reminder, the University of Michigan sentiment final range is 56 to 49.8. University of Michigan 5-year inflation final forecast 3.5%, prior 3.2%. 1-year inflation final forecast 3.6%, prior 3.4%. Expectations final forecast 50.9, prior 54.1, and conditions final forecast 56.9, prior 57.8.
Yeah, so unless we can take out lows here, I would expect that we need to reoffer into that like 78-80 area. So we're just watching this low on ES to see if we can maintain and we get a reoffer, or if this is going to sweep down and then we get a secondary. So they just took out lows. So it's a good sign that we don't need to come back up as high as we originally thought. So now we'll look for a offer down here instead. So you can see on, I'm going to be watching 70s now instead of 80s for our reoffer. Here, I'm just going to update this so you can see that in real time.
Noting here, Nasdaq 100 extends decline to 1%.
Surely they give us an entry.
US stocks extend full. Dow Jones now down 1%.
No? Okay. What's up, Surf? I really would like this reoffer. But I don't know if we're going to get it. It might just go right to 46 here on ES.
US stocks extend full. S&P 500 down 1%.
There's a buyer on NQ at 470 that's showing with like pretty considerable size. But
1 minute ago now, the University of Michigan sentiment
I don't
final.
know. I'm going to wait to see if we get anything into this new 15-minute candle when we get news in 1 minute.
Ten seconds.
Holy thin market. Into that
53.3,
news.
53.3 low in the forecast of 54. University of Michigan 1 year inflation final 3.8, 3.8 higher than forecast of 3.6. Expectations final 51.7, 51.7 higher than forecast of 50.9. Conditions final 55.8 higher, lower than forecast of 56.9. And University of Michigan 5 year inflation final 3.2% lower than forecast of 3.5%.
All right, let's watch as we push into 64 is what we do. All right, here we are. Let's see if we can
We have
offer
posted
into
the University of
this.
Michigan sentiment final report on the feed for you to read through.
Okay, huge first trade. Risking off half here for break for 1-to-1. You got to get below the 60 or the bid's going to be here. We want this offer to move down to 60 now. We'll look below. They're still fighting for it. But our pivot on ES is still holding our entry here at 64s, but we need to flip or it's not going to be very meaningful. NQ holding our reversion zone. If we can't get below this 90, then I'd expect price to need to rotate up to 43s first. Before we can figure out where we want to go. I'm in, if that wasn't clear already, on ES from the trade that I posted in Discord chat. I have taken off half, so this trade is free. I'm going to continue to just hold based off of this pivot, and we're ready to go. Nothing really else to do here. Taking off first risk 1-to-1, and we'll just chill. Yeah. This is your 1-to-1 as well. If you didn't take off last, right? We closed into this 56, 58, but if we can flip that, then we're in a pretty good spot. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why I'm trading ES, you know? We want to see, we need to see, not what we want, we need to see this sweep here. We need to see a takeout of these lows. We've got liquidity resting at 50s on ES. That's where I think we're headed. At least. But we need this offer here at 60s to be very clear, and we need to take out lows so that we can head down to that 50 liquidity. Short term. Let's see. Again, if you didn't take off for 1-to-1 before, there's nothing stopping you right now to make this trade free and stress-free while we wait. If you don't know what 1-to-1 means, off our risk profile, you can see this is 1-to-1. So we're taking off our first risk off of whatever our stop is, right? So this is our risk here. Our reward here is our first target, just to make life simple. And then we leave a runner just in case we can get this continuation. But we are securing at least our stop out here so that if this trade goes against us, there is no pain. We are minimizing pain in the hopes to compound a runner for continuation. Now we're watching to see what happens here as we push into these highs again, off of a failure to push below. Bid really trying to step up. ES was able to hold our edge, just rotating back up to our offer up here. We'll keep an eye on PVZ at 43s as we push into that. NQ 43s holding offer, very clear there. Yes, trying to flip 64s here again from our clear pivot, rotating back down. This should be your first risk off on NQ if you are playing that, as this is 1-to-1. Need to get below 90s for more. Watch ES here as we push into 60 again. It's a great first risk off if we can't flip below. This is where we expect the bid to be. We have 50 seconds until new candles. New 15-minute candles, sorry. English. We are opening above POC of our previous candles. We need to flip this. It's very clear. And get below for more. I'm stopped on runners here on ES. Watching NQ here into our 43 to 77. Russell into our PVZ value as well. See if we get anything on NQ. We held again our POC of previous candles. Watching this 43 on NQ. Just pushing into VWAMPs. Market will continue to rise until Russell finds resistance, just like yesterday. Nah, I just stopped. Nothing here. It's just coming back up to our POCs, and then we'll look for an offer. I don't mind the NQ trade though. Very clear absorption here. Our risk is just a bit large. That's the issue. I've got to wait for Russell to show resistance first, show a little loss of momentum. But playing off this 43, I think, is probably okay. Yeah. See what we do here on retest. Not a huge fan of this divergence with NQ, but I think playing off of that high at 60 could be potentially good here on NQ with the 43. Stop above that wick high at 60. Potentially. Just need Russell to get back below, man. We want absorption here. That makes sense. We need ES back below 64s for that to feel good. Trapping these guys here. But NQ risk-wise, really keeping our eye on if we can hold this high at 60. Just keeping an eye on this. Our pivots have flipped, right? So we just need to get back below. We want to see absorption here on NQ. This makes the most sense. Very clear supply here. Again, we want the inability to take out these highs, and we want to get back below this 43. But our risk right now is into 60, and we're just watching to see if we can flip this. Look below. Keeping an eye on Russell to see if this loss of momentum gives us our leg. 43s. Held, offer trying to lower. We want to see Russell get below this for more, or this is going to be kind of moot. What we do. POC very clearly into these highs where we absorbed. Should at least get a rotation up down to 506, 510 here for your first risk off. Playing off of that high at 60 and then the look below 43s. This is a great first risk off here. Again, bid is resting at this 500, 510. I've taken off 2. And this trade is free. I have 1 left. Might be able to get back into this ES one again. But again, this is the same as the walkthrough I did yesterday, where we just have to wait for Russell to come back up and start to show that loss of momentum, and then we get our entries again for these shorts. Back to our reversion zone here. Bounce should be expected. And then we wait to see what we do at our pivot here on NQ. Again, we've closed 90% of our position here, or 2/3, I guess, not 90%. But we're watching for a potential 3-bar here on the 15-minute to the downside. Not the greatest 3-bar in the world, but we held supply, which is good. I'm watching to see what we do. Offer sitting here now. Our bid is now here. Based off our watching for Russell to get a lower high here, ideally at 86.4 off of our bounce, off our reversion zone. Then we can look for another leg. Very clear pivots that ES and NQ need to breach below for continuation down, based off of our previous 15-minute candle, right? We're just bouncing POC of that candle here. Watching for a potential lower offer as we push into 71s on NQ while we maintain our high, on ES. And we're looking for a lower high here on NQ as well. Watching Russell to see if we can get that lower high for that next leg down, or if this is going to just stop us out, unsure. But right, we want to see this ideally hold as our risk now. Same thing on NQ. This now holds as our risk, with Russell holding here as our risk. Right. That lower offer. If we can get that, then a lot of potential for that next leg down with our runners. You can either keep your risk, maintain your risk at the same level here, or just move it to break even now that you've taken off. Up to you. But again, understand what we're looking for, which is that potential breakdown below these candle bodies for continuation. Russell got our lower high, NQ and ES got our lower high. Very clear reoffer here at our 71s on ES, pushing back down to our lows. This is your 1-to-1 if you're playing off of that reoffer. I did not add there. I just have to see what we do. I just have my 1 contract left on NQ. Based off of our risk. Here's my NQ position. So I changed my initial risk from at 43s. My stop was originally 77s, and then I saw that we were holding that 60, and then I added to that position on the retest of 43s, and then moved my stop to that high of that candle. Instead of keeping it at 77s, I moved my risk down to 60 and then doubled down on the short because that was our edge there that we were originally playing off of, right? So the original idea was to short 43s off of our PVZ value with our stop above our ETH low. And then I changed that once we saw that there was selling pressure there, and then added to the position and then moved my stop down. So it was less risk once we saw that absorption. Just to give you an understanding of like why I initiated there. Now let's see if we can get these flips with Russell continuation. Again, Russell is our leader for these moves, but very clear supply on footprint into this. This should be like pretty obvious why we were looking for NQ to offer there. You look at your 15-minute chart, right? Like look at where those selling deltas are as well as that imbalance, right? Very clear why we were looking for that 43. The sell side. And then when we get that with Russell as well for the lower high here, right? Like that gives you your initiative trade where we lose momentum and then that gives you that reoffer. Beautiful. Yeah, well, you know what the difference is about today and yesterday? Is that Trump isn't talking for the entirety of my session. What? Holy, wanted to lose my mind yesterday. In their propaganda meeting. Again, I just have one left here. I'm unsure if we're gonna get the offer that I want. We need to see ES at Russell hold this for one more leg down at our value. I have one contract left, so let's see what we do. But so far, you should be good, right? We're just in our runner. Everything's free, clear risk. Let's see if we get this reoffer lower. We need Russell to hold here, ideally, for this next leg down. If we're going to get pressure at the low edges here on NQ and ES. NQ really want to see interest here below last candle's value. If not, then we might have to rotate back up off of a failure to breach our body low here, where there's very clearly absorption. We want to see Russell lose that momentum, and ideally NQ, you know, hold here and then be able to kind of like sweep down. It's going to be on if we can absorb here or not. It's a big pivot. I'm trying to hold a runner, but might be greed. But it's okay. Watch our watch to see if sell side can try to defend this 500, 510 area. That'd be your most bullish pivot, but honestly, this could come all the way up to that wick high, and as long as we don't take out that 28, I'll still feel comfortable in this trade. I'm really trying to play my runner off of the 15-minute structure. This is our catalyst, right? And I we've got a seller here again in the middle of our range that's pushed us down, and we're now trying to flip this, right? We're holding where we need to. I just need to see a seller like really step on the gas here with Russell leading down for that next leg. So I'm willing to hold this for this potential extension that we're going to get to the downside here, right? Holding our pivot so far. Russell doing what we need, Inky doing what we need, but we need the follow through. And again, like our lower target is just ADR, like pretty obvious. I don't know. Just give it a minute. Let it play. Need Russell to lead. If not, like we rotate right back up to our break even at 43s. If this can't hold. I'll be right back. Oh boy. DOJ officials say FBI director's personal email was breached by hackers. Oh boy. Yeah, Iran a linked attack. Yeah, surely this administration isn't using personal emails. Surely Hillary Clinton was the only one who uses their personal email. Surely we haven't already seen Hegseth used a personal account to have a group chats about ongoing wars. Surely. This is first target here if you're playing off of our pivot. Russell leading down. If you're in your runners, this is us taking out our wick lows. Great secondary target. We are winning. U.S. intelligence has determined that just 33% of Iran's missile arsenal has been destroyed as the Iran war nears its 1 month mark. The intelligence assessment shows Iran still has significant missile inventory. The status around another third is less clear, but bombings likely damaged, destroyed, or buried those missiles in underground tunnels and bunkers. Sources say U.S. intelligence was similar for Iran's drone capability. Iran is expected to recover some buried or damaged missiles once fighting stops. Tomorrow is the 1 month mark of the war. Jesus.
EU energy ministers are to discuss Iran crisis in Tuesday via video call. That'll be next Tuesday. Germany's Wadapol says we're facing massive security risks. It's Germany's Foreign Minister Wadapol commenting at a G7 meeting.
Gotta be careful as Russell comes into our
EU
lows.
energy ministers, according to spokesperson for Cyprus's
New,
EU presidency, said that they hold a video call on Tuesday on Iran will impact on energy security.
New 50 minutes opening, 15 seconds. No pressure yet into these lows from sellers on ES. NQ getting absorbed so far into our 53. Need to see this thing get swept if we're gonna do more, or this might be a good risk off and then just wait while we consolidate here. We can see that POC is shifted to this 85 on NQ. A15s have opened.
G7 foreign ministers in a statement says they're focused on supporting initiatives to mitigate global economic shocks.
Good sweep, good hold where we need. POC on NQ holding offer 85s, sweep below. Let's see if we can get some continuation here with Russell leading down. We need to take out these lows and be able to hold it, or this will be the low of our oscillation and we'll trap down here instead. Almost at $2,000 a contract here from our 43 offer that we put on NQ.
S&P 500 and Nasdaq hit lowest level in over 6 months, last down over 1% each.
Come on, RTY, lead us. That look below and now look back up is a problem. Because now we have a tight range where the offers tried to lower. And now we have an offside buyer. Sorry, offside seller into our lows. which means that we now have to take out highs and we have to go back up to previous liquidity before we can go down. And then we have to go to something like this, or we can flip and then rotate it all the way back up if we fail here. So just keep that in mind, that the offer has to be clear as hell here into 85 to 510 off of that hold below. And then we need to see us get below this, or we will go the opposite direction, right? With this being a bid, and then the buyer stepping up and taking out these highs and then rotating us back up to VWAP up off of the failure, which would result in a rotation back up to our average at 43s. So just keep that in mind. Like, this is up to sellers here. If they fail to hold this pivot and maintain this high,
to ship
get us back
monitoring
below.
data, tanker carrying Russian origin
It's
fuel
Joker.
originally bound for Cuba arrived in Venezuelan waters. Minutes ago to the top of the hour, we get comments from Feds Barkin. Feds Barkin speaking on economic outlook at the Appalachian Highlands Economic Forum, Martin Center. Text is expected with a Q&A.
Holding our pivot on the flip, going up to our 43 like we talked about. Watch to see how we interact with this liquidity here off of our flip of our pivot. You took that 510 flip? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Just watch Russell into top of range here for a potential loss of momentum again.
Just a reminder for Feds Barkin, there's no live video that's available. It's an in-person event. There's nothing on the website on either the Richmond Feds or where the event's being held.
Why is that unfortunate? It's unfortunate that I made money. That's what you just said. Oh, well, I mean, it'll be all right because we don't know yet. I mean, if we come down, it'll be into like 506, 485 area into this liquidity. Just waiting on Russell to see if we can build a higher low. I mean, this is a good area to risk off. We did exactly what we just talked about, which is we're just coming back up to our initial sell, right? Like there's nothing has changed about our zone. Right? This guy is still our seller. We've stepped up into him. We've not been able to take out highs. We are rotating back. Russell's at the top of our range. It's still holding where it needs to. We need to see a very clear like secondary bid step in here. Maybe here on NQ as well, right into this liquidity. But like, it's got to happen like now because we just came back up to our same sell, right? Very clear on the 15-minute where this liquidity is resting. And we were unable to take out highs. So now you need to see secondary buyers step in, or what are we going to do? We're going to trap up here, and then we'll look for the reoffer and the flip below. Right? Like this liquidity will become trapped. We didn't take out highs. Nothing has changed. So ES now has done the full rotation off of our offer. So this is now where you either see the bid happen, right? Or we'll flip this and nothing has changed.
5 minutes ago, to expected here from Fed's Barkin,
63s,
speaking about the economic outlook. Text Q&A expected.
as well as Russell at our 85s, yeah, with RTY holding where we need. This is now their opportunity to try to hold our bottom of balance. If they can't do this, again, like we'll just watch for the flip, and then this will be all offside liquidity. Played that ES rejection done at PC. Great, good job. Yeah, it's a great first risk off. And now what you'll be watching for, Zeno, is a failure to push over these highs, right? You'll be watching these highs as where you want to see that lower offer. And then you want to see this continuation below, right? Where this becomes your sweeper. Because if not, then this is where the bid will be, because we are now at the low of our range, and we'll then be watching for a takeout of these highs for that continuation up instead. But yeah, really clear reoffer into that previous 15-minute liquidity. We'll just keep an eye on Russell to let us know what's going to lead. I think a good way to view this, Rory, a super simple way to view this on NQ, is just put a fixed range from here to here. What do we see? What happened into our highs here? Yeah. So we recovered our value off of a failure below, right? This then rotated through value, but these highs are still maintaining. So where do we just bounce? Well, we bounced POC of the range that we just recovered. Right? So what needs to shift?
1 minute Canada, we're expecting text from Fenspark. And also a reminder, we get the Canadian budget balance prior of 0.25 billion. Ten seconds. Seeing here
So
Iran's
again, full rotation here on
still
ES,
says
back up to our
situations
offer.
under control. It's in the news.
RTY held a higher
Part
low.
of power facilities and still making area with
This is
hit.
your first risk off into new 15s. We'll watch to see
Fenspark
if we can
says
hold.
unemployment rate low, but labor market is a bit fragile. Uncertainty has surged after the Iran war, and inflation progress is at risk of stalling. Also, according
Top of
to
range
the
here.
news, damage Morabeca plant hit and strikes being examined. Barkin says pace and uncertainty of changes around AI have made a lot of Fed officials uneasy. War and fast changes due to AI have again clouded economic outlook. Even before oil shock, progress on inflation was at risk of stalling. High gasoline prices hit consumer sentiment, and it can crowd out other spending. I will be watching inflation expectations data carefully. Demand has been steady but continues to feel narrow based on AI investment and wealthier households. Unemployment rate is low, but labor market feels fragile, and firms see little wage pressure and multiple applicants for each job. Keep an eye on gold. Gold extending gains, last up around 3% now. Canadian budget balance coming in at minus 5.07 billion.
I'm kind of thinking that ES is going to have to come up into like 80, 85. Take out that wick high here. First before we can continue on our way, but I don't know. We'll see. This is what I'm watching on.
So a reminder with Fed's barking, there is going to be Q&A.
Well, like first of all, we're holding our range. There's nothing, no change yet. I'm just looking at for a potential move if we do hold here. Where would we go, right? Based off of this chart. We can see the last attempt where we absorbed into our previous sell. Right, that was here. We can see that this
Barkin speech has been posted to the feed for each read through.
We have this big ass seller sitting 80.85, and we can see where we absorbed in the last attempt, where the seller swept through. And I'm watching to see like what's going to happen here between this 80 and 70. If we can absorb into this, and then we can see that sweeper step down here, and then like really sell us below this edge, that would be an initiative sell. We need to see like these kind of deltas down here after absorption into these highs like this. But I'm really keeping in our like my eye out on this area specifically, because if we can't, all of these buyers can't and actually move us and break this downtrend here, this can give us a really nice catalyst for our continuation down. But regardless, right, like our edge low is playing. Just look to see if we can take out these highs, watch to see what happens. If we fail to sustain on this look above, I'm going to be watching for this rotation like this. Based off of this idea here, is into this 80-85 as a potential trap. What were the two indicators you had with the bubbles again? Oh, you should be able to search for it now, Ali. If you, that's just Sethmo large delta bubbles. But you should be able to just search for that indicator package. It should, if you just search my name, Sig, in the modules, I should pop up now on the 5-minute. But if you want it specifically, it is this. If you want a similar chart without just being directly. Yeah, of course. Again, like the market is going to keep going up until Russell loses momentum, just like on the last attempt. But RTY is coming up into our 30-second opening range now. And I think that that can potentially be where we lose that momentum as we push. So we're just going to have to keep an eye on it. I just, with how, unless something changes, I don't see a lot of desire yet. Like, yes, there's a lot of buying happening, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens as we push into this as our area of interest. Again, like this 80-85 is very sus. Same thing with NQ. Like we haven't done anything really new. Just really keeping our eye here as we push into this on ES.
According to reports here on X, the Iranian response to the US peace proposal is expected later today, according to sources familiar with the matter.
NQ still just holding
The
our
Trump
offer, no
and
change.
top White House officials have been told that Iran's counter proposal will likely arrive Friday via interlocutors.
All right, so this is exactly what we were just talking about, which is a take out of those highs into that offer at 80 that I was just talking about. Now we're watching to see if we step back below this POC for these guys to be offsides.
That's again
this high.
coming from a CBS report on X.
Russell lost momentum where we thought they would. Now watching to see if we can get some follow through here or if this is going to hold on our edge. Unsure as of yet. All right. Following our pathing. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. And you can look for the reoffer. This is a great 1-to-1, right, for your 30. Watch for the lower offer, and then look for the full rotation back down to 90, if we can get it. But this is your POC of previous candle, so you have to risk off here. And then we look for a lower reoffer. Yeah. Into our 30 again. Okay. Okay, good lower offer so far. Holding. Watching our edge here. Got to get below POC of previous candles here. Build at our edges for this lower. Off that look above. We're going to get this followed through for the rotation back down, or if we're going to be able to sustain here off of some sort of pop. Russell was able to hold our edge, our 30-second opening range as resistance. Losing that momentum. So we've got some room if we're going to do the full oscillation, right? Just keeping our eye on this. Our top edge is held. Got that look into that 80. So this is what this looked like on. It still hasn't played, right? Like we're still just kind of break even right now, but I want to show you, right? Like that's that look into that 80. You know what I mean? We're watching to see what we do now, but this is that trap we were looking for into that 80 high, and now we're looking to see if we can get that rotation through. If sell side can step in here at 70s again, and defend this edge for that lower high, then we're in a very good position for this rotation down. Just keeping an eye on it. Have to move those stops that are up at 85. All right, let's see if we can get this edge hold. Does that make sense? Were you able to see exactly what we were talking about before it happened and then after? All right, this is our first risk off here. So we push down into our lows. Full range rotation off that failure above. 490, lots of liquidity resting there. Same thing with 61s on ES.
Interstate News Agency, Saudi Arabia and Ukraine signed defense procurement memorandum.
All right, now our trade is free. We let it play. We have no clue what's going to happen, but we should expect that there will be an attempted bid into our lows here on ES and on NQ. And we watch to see what we do. We do another rotation, or are we able to sweep through? I don't know. All we know is that we played off our edge high and we played the rotation back down, right? Now the trade's free. What happens under this low? I'm not the one who's going to control it, right? I can only control our risk. I can't control what's going to happen into our edge. So let's see if there's going to be a buyer here that wants to sustain us and get us up, or if this is going to be where, we defend and push below. I don't know. All we know is that this made sense for where our seller sat, and that this reoffer made sense for the rotation back down to our bottom of balance. That's all we know. If we can get this leg below, then we're in a great position. But we might need to do, one of these first before we can get down. We just have to watch how we rotate. Again, like our initiation was based off of that liquidity that was sitting up into that 80-85, and Russell coming into our 30-second opening range as resistance for that lost momentum, right? So if Russell starts to hold our higher lows and we can't do the full rotation back down, then we don't have as much room as we thought, right? Because they came back down into this liquidity low on both NQ and ES, and now we have to wait until Russell shows if we want to do the full rotation back down to our low of range. Remember, we're using Russell just as a indicator of strength in the market. We want the full market participating in the downside move. So as soon as RTY starts to show that little bit of interest to the upside, we should expect more of a choppy market on NQES. We want those energy sectors to be following suit. New 15's opening now. Just an update here. So we still haven't seen that dramatic sell step in, and now we have POC above us. So we at least have a very clear area where we're watching for those reoffers into our value. Again, full rotations here of our ranges. Watching as we push down into our lows. Very clear reoffer spots above us with our POC. See if we get some follow through. It is so hard for me to post in chat while also talking on live. It's like either or, man. It's so hard to do both. Like, I would love to do this log for you guys, that you guys have like a full breakdown of my trades. But it's really like an either or thing as at this moment for how we're trading right now. Maybe I do, I don't know, man. I'd like to be able to do both, but I can't handle it. I don't have the capacity. I'm trying to screenshot as much as I can as we go, but like yesterday after I got off live, like that breakdown that I did for you guys into end of day, I think was like money. And if you didn't, I would go back and like read through my thought process there. But it's just my thought process that I talk to you guys through on live every day, right? It's the same thing, but at least it's like in a text format, which is very good for your journaling if you're looking for similar ideas. Claude screenshot for me. It's not just about screenshotting, it's about like breaking down what I'm saying as well into a usable format.
Iran's Kondab heavy water research reactor targeted in air attack, according to officials speaking to Fars News. No casualties, no danger threatens residents in the area.
Why are we going after
Again,
civilian
Iran's
infrastructure?
Kondab heavy water research reactor targeted in air attack, according to officials speaking to Fars News.
Oh, this war's gonna get so much worse. We gotta get below here. Just in runners. Yeah. See if we can flip this, get below, following our pathing. Surely pathing makes sense, right? Well, that's why you don't need to take another entry. You should just be in your runner. You know, like, there's no reason to have to play this low edge. You're just in it already. We should have a little bit more room if we're going to get the full oscillation on Russell, right? Remember, I'm using that as our kind of our gauge for market breadth, but I guess we'll see.
Conte Politico, US warns Iran war may delay Ukraine weapons shipments.
Yeah, not only Ukraine's weapon shipments.
Reminder yesterday from the Washington
Everyone's.
Post, they had a headline that Pentagon considers diverting Ukraine military aid to the Middle East. But he had in the press conference from Trump and his administration saying that that's something that the US does all the time. But just being picked up here from the Politico with a bit more detail.
Dude, the White
From the
House
article, the
Twitter
administration
feed?
has begun warning nations that US weapon supplies to Ukraine may be interrupted in the coming months as the Pentagon prioritizes their use for the war in Iran. They told allies that deliveries of munitions, especially Patriot air defense interceptors, could get disrupted, according to 3 European officials familiar with the discussions. Rubio planned to speak about this with allies at the G7 foreign ministers meeting near Paris on Friday, according to 2 of the officials.
So the White House Twitter feed acting like it's like a drop shipping company has to be some of the most cringeworthy, unprofessional thing that I've ever seen in my life. Like their tweets lately have been, I don't know what I was expecting, but it's crazy.
We have put out the article on the feed as well.
Like the way that they just advertised the White House app for the last couple of days, posting like vague tweets and pixelated posts. And at the end of the day, it was just so that they're releasing an app on the App Store themselves, so that they control the narrative, is insane. Insane. Like there are algorithms that are attached to every tweet that comes out, and they're vague posting on the timeline.
Qatar Energy says it won't deliver 10 LNG cargoes for April to June. Edison says Qatar Energy extends force majeure until mid-June.
I was really wondering what they were gonna actually post. I can't believe that it's just a White House news app. Like what? Oh, I'm so bad. They've been vague posting for the entirety of the week. Hold of our lows so far, probably a full rotation back up to 71 here. Watching our reoffer, sorry, our rebid at 90s for a offer potentially into like 513. Just watch our edge. Yeah, this is your full rotation off of the hold of our lows.
Just keeping an eye on the dollar here, seeing some downside movement. S&P 500, a little bit of movement towards the upside. No headlines at the moment so far. Just wanted to see if there's anything that's coming through.
Watch to see if we can hold our edge highs here. If not, we'll just be given another opportunity to do the play play the rotation, same as before. Watch our edge here, 30s.
Just seeing here, according to CBS reporter next, saying White House officials are cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations with Iran are making progress, according to sources familiar with the talks.
Bro, what is
Pakistan
that headline?
has had direct contact with Iran's security establishment that controls the nation, not just the foreign ministry, according to a regional source. So again, CBS reporter says that White House officials are cautiously
literally
hopeful
nothing.
that the latest
This is what I'm saying. Like
with Iran are making
algos are
progress,
linked to
according
this
sources
shit. If this
familiar
is a
with the talks.
fade,
So that could be the reason why we did see a little bit of movement towards the upside on the S&P 500, a little bit of downside on the dollar, and also a little bit of downside on WTI.
this is so.
Just a reminder,
clearly a
about
fade.
5 minutes time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Paulson and Fed's Daly speaking at the same event.
Why are we sustaining this?
Spot gold gains, extends gains, last up nearly 5% now.
Like, how is that a headline? White House officials are cautiously hopeful that the latest negotiations with Iran are making progress. How is that a news headline that is moving the market? This market is so cooked, bro. What are we doing? That headline says nothing. Ugh.
1 minute ago now, we're expected to get comments from Fed's Paulson and Fed's Daily. So Fed's Daily is to be determined if text is released for her opening remarks. Fed's Paulson, though, there is text and Q&A.
Just sell this shit. There's no way this sustains. There's no way. I lose 100% faith in the market if we don't just absorb here. There's no way that that headline gives people any hope. Oh my god.
Ten seconds. Fed's Paulson says no side labor market contributed to inflation. War has created new risks to inflation and growth. It's not possible to predict the scope of AI impact. Long-term inflation expectations may be more fragile. As Paulson says, Fed has made notable progress bringing inflation down. Iran war creates risk for growth and inflation. Inflation levels are still too high and inflation expectations are fragile. There's no evidence the labor market is driving inflation now. Above target inflation would complicate Fed's response to growth driven by AI. Her R-star estimate is close to Fed median of 3.1%. It's unclear how much AI is driving higher productivity so far. Long-term inflation expectations may be more fragile.
Brother, like, what are we doing? Okay. I mean, until I understand what's going on, I'm not taking a trade. How was that not a sell? It's got to be maybe the stupidest headline that I've ever seen move the market. I mean, that baffled me.
Now goes to the live press conference. Sorry, not press conference. Goes to the live event with Daly and Fed's Paulson. Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500 now post the initial headline from CBS. Just seeing a little bit further movement towards the upside, tiny bit, not so much. WTI still down post the headline, as is the dollar index. French Foreign Minister says, I do not want to speak on behalf of Rubio, but Rubio suggested that US objective was to destroy Iran's ballistic capabilities.
I mean, if this sustains, I have no clue what's going on. This is just going to cause another huge sell-off. Like, there's no way that these buyers hold. I zero faith. But
So there
where
is
do
a
we
live video for
actually
daily and vertical.
show
So we'll
this
get on the feed
lack of
shortly.
interest?
It's also on the left-hand side on the economic calendar.
Maybe 6:30 on NQ.
Seeing the dollar spot index edging lower on the session, again post CBS headline.
I'm like actually baffled by that buy. I'm really keeping my eye on 90 on EOS. 90 to 96. I am under the impression that we're gonna come into this, or maybe just barely tag it, and then rotate down off of this. I got to see it first because that move made no sense, but very clear sell side supply here on ES and NQ. So just retesting this pivot. I'm just gonna keep an eye on it.
According to Fars News Agency, quoting an official, Iran's Arak heavy water research reactor has also been targeted. So far, there's been 3 areas that have been targeted. A Morabaka plant, hidden strikes being examined,
Just keeping an eye on this.
and also Iran's Kondab heavy water research reactor was targeted in air attack. All from Fast News. So now sources briefed on the matter just recently what we've said from CBS. A Iranian response to the US peace proposal is expected later today on Friday. Let's get a wider notation now.
I wonder what their response is going to be, guys. Like what? This trade's already free off of our 90. I'm out one here. at 480.
Francis Burrow, whether the US made any requests to G7 regarding Hormuz, says our objectives are shared. Francis Burrow adds that once peak of hostilities is over, there will be a system of escorts for tankers. So again, once peak of hostilities is over, there will be a system of escorts for tankers. Adding that international mission will then be needed.
You guys see when I posted that, like, that I have positioning waiting, right? Like, you understand what that means? Surely? Right? When I posted this chart, you can see that this is where I have a limit sell, and then this is my stop. Does that make sense to you? Surely it does. Right? So this is our positioning now. Blue line means I'm in a position. That's target here into 80s. Let's see if we get the full range rotation or if this is all we get. It's 1,000 contracts sitting here at 75s. I mean, could we? I don't think I could have gotten a more perfect entry. Holy. This is our range high here on NQ. Watch to see if bid sits at 530 or if we flip it again for the range rotation off this failure. This is going to be an incredible look above as a catalyst for a break of our lows. If we get it. So might be worth holding a runner just in case if this fails, but there will be another opportunity to get in if you, for some reason, didn't want to play off that 90.
Notation here again. Iran's industrial unit in Arak targeted in airstrikes.
This
now being
liquidity
cited
is
by
now
Tasnim
all
News.
fucked. We went higher than I wanted, but I mean, the sustaining there made absolutely no sense. Absolutely no sense. Maybe one of the most brain dead bids I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I think that's a good place to try to. I mean, it's a great trade regardless, right, Kevin? Like, it's. Now we'll watch to see if we get a reoffer. I'd love to see like a full rotation of this range if this fails here at our pivot at 71s and 30s, but expecting a slight bounce here and then a reoffer in the meantime. That's fine. I mean, again, like, bro, you can be a profitable trader just playing the 1-to-1s. Right? Like, you don't need the follow through. If learning to hold is something that will come with time. But even just taking 1-to-1s with a higher win rate over 50%, you will be a profitable trader. You get me? Like, that's just statistically, you will be, if you're taking 1-to-1s and you have over a 50% win rate, you will make money over time. Just think about it like that. The ability to then hold runners, right, with a skewed risk to reward to upside, right, a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 is just going to compound those gains quicker than a 1-to-1. But like, mathematically, you are a profitable trader if you have over a 50% win rate and you're taking 1-to-1s. Just always remember that. Yeah, exactly. So a 1-to-ones with an 83% win rate is very profitable. You get me? Like, it's just math, man. So there's nothing to be mad about. I think most people mess up because they're unwilling to take the 1-to-one. You know, they're unwilling to just take off full risk into the first stop, and then they let things go back on them, or they, let things bleed on them that were profitable in the first place without taking off initial. So then you're taking like profitable trades and making them negative on you because of greed instead of just like letting shit compound and then playing the next setup. Just gotta remind yourself of the math. New 15s, 10 seconds. I cannot believe that we popped off that news. Like, I'm still baffled. Absolutely baffled. Secondary entry below 30s? I mean, yeah, but I don't think it's going to be the entry that you think it is.
Trump will release full fiscal year 2027 budget request on April 3rd.
It'll probably be like here off of a bounce and rotation like this, rather than like just a little look in. Like right now, 30 is just bid, right? Watching our value of our previous candle here at 79 on ES. Russell still holding our highs. Unable to get back into our oscillation. Need that loss of momentum for the continuation down. So you're just watching for a lower offer here. I don't really have a great position on NQ for this to be. I guess like 62s is kind of where you're looking for sellers to be. If I'm looking at footprint correctly. And then we can look for that lower offer and then the flip down. But I think that the 30 flip might actually be off of a rotation to our lows and then a retest, trapping this liquidity, but maybe I'm wrong. This news, yes, that is the news that popped us off. It's like not even news. This market's actually just so cooked. What was the news after market yesterday? It was Trump vague posting that they were going to extend the deadline to another like 10 days. A minute after market closed. Very intentional. These people are sick. Yeah, here. This is the move that happened right after market close. This is what that looked like. Disgusting behavior. Yeah. And you know what's crazy about that move? Is it was our low for our short. On both ES and on NQ. It's just so slow, Rory. Just be careful.
According to IRNA News, Iran says there is no risk of radiation leak at Kondab site.
Tesla and SpaceX to merge by 2027. Hello? So why are they going public?
Yields are raised decline. UK 10-year yield steady at around 4.97% versus earlier 5.1%.
Yeah, I mean, it's just slow, bro. You just gotta wait. There's no initiation.
Iran's yellow cake factory in Adrakhan bombed. No release of radioactive materials outside complex, it's according to Iranian media.
Didn't Elon just get in trouble for defrauding investors? Yes. But also, this SpaceX thing is him trying to please investors from the Twitter and XAI by combining them into SpaceX so that they can offload on the public. See if we can get some continuation here in Russell, so we can do the oscillation back down to our lows, or if this is going to continue to hold. Again, it's just really slow. It's lunch. It is what it is. Gotta wait for a leader. If you're still in the 90 trade, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Everything looks fine. But for those trying to find a new entry, it's going to be a bit tough. Just gotta wait. This is what I see. Right, we've got this absorption that's happened up into this 90. They absorbed again. We've got buyers trying to defend this edge here. Oh, excuse me, at our 70s. We absorbed sell side, trying to push us back below. Right? Now we're just at this battle here into our 80s. We're watching to see if this guy can continue to stay off sides, and if we can put in a lower offer here and then get below this for rotations down. Right? That would be like a bear flag in nature. Or if this is going to hold, right, and like this sustains here, and instead we can take out highs and then we can go on our merry way. But that's kind of like the plan right now, is watching if we do something like this with sell side starting to gain a bit of traction here below 70s for this rotation down. And of course, like we have to be aware of this edge here. But I'm really keeping an eye on something like that. That makes sense. Yeah.
According to state news agency, air attacks killed 2, injured 2 at Firozabad cement plant in southern Fars province. And that's according to state news agency IRNA.
You should, if you didn't already, you should read my walkthrough that I did. And
just keep an eye on the dollar.
Yesterday.
So dollar yen hits 160 for the first time since July of 2024.
It uses that new chart.
And as we get these headlines coming through of attacks on different uranium areas in Iran. We have the Iran's Yellowcake facility. It was the recent one in Adher had been bombed. No release of radioactive materials outside the complex. So again, that's the yen weakening to 160 against the dollar for the first time since 2024.
The full thread starts here, where I started to walk through everything, but
According to Tasnim, Iran warns of attacks on steel plants in the Gulf and Israel. So again, Iran warns of attacks on steel plants in the Gulf and Israel. Dollar yen rising last up about 0.16% at about 160.06.
yeah, Israel is going for blood as this is happening. I don't know how they're going to recover though from that yellow cake attack. Do you think they're going to go for a peace deal after that one? Opening below POC of previous candles here on both NQ and ES, back in our range. This is, yes.
Fed's Paulson says it's useful to consider different scenarios around the Iran war.
We've got a lot of liquidity resting down into 64 here. And 62.
Heads up, the ECB have released a speech from ECB Schnabel. We'll pop it on the feed for you shortly.
He's still holding on NQ. ES retesting our 70s.
So from the slides, you just have the highlights then. It says that the staff projections see low growth and high inflation due to the Iran war. This is kind of what's been said before, but just in the piece, the slides of what we're going to put out shortly to the feed. Fed's Paulson says impact of Iran war comes as inflation has been high. Paulson says there's more risk of faster shift from oil prices into inflation expectations.
This would be our first risk off into POC of previous candle. This liquidity is all offsides above.
We have put out ECB Schnabel's presentation slides on the feed for you to look at.
Buyers going to hold that this news candle? I doubt it, man, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, NQ and RTY look bad. NQ's just holding the pop, which is, you know, it feels like pure cope to me, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. This is what I see on NQ footprint, which is not promising for buyers. Let me screenshot
Paulson
this.
says risks that series of supply shocks drive up inflation.
This is what I see.
Paulson also adds the economy is not creating a lot of jobs right now.
Like pretty clear absorption into these highs at 590. Right, and then a secondary round here at 560. And now trying to push below. And this is the top of the range here at 530. So if we can get back below this, then we might be cooking, but we're just gonna really keep our eye on this because this just looks like a lower offer. And then if we get another one here below 30s,
Jeffries
we probably
sees
sweep
overwhelming
back down to
support for
480.
Senate passed DHS bill.
So they really have to try to defend this for this pushback up to 590, 610. Right. We're basically just trying to hold here. So you've got this balance while we build out this area, but very clear offer stepping down and buyers getting absorbed above.
This has Democrat leader Jeffrey speaking to reporters saying overwhelming support for Senate passed DHS bill.
So I don't know. We'll see, but like everything is telling me that like it's pretty heavy above. But right, like it's holding our edge right now. So you just got to be careful, because this is going to be explosive when it actually does break. Right, you've got the old
Olson
higher
from the Fed
lows
says
and lower
low
highs.
wage pressures reduce concern around inflation. So when talking about the economy, says bending but not breaking is still how to view the job market.
Coming into that liquidity at 64s.
Fed's Paulson says, to me, it feels like the job market is fragile.
Bro's a vibe trader.
Adding that the job market does not feel robust.
A lot of feelings. Yeah, man. Is this guy at 64 pull? Like, what is he gonna do? 1,000 contracts sitting here. Nah, that was taken. Holy. Bro, look at the volume on this candle. We just took in those 1,000. Yes, sir. Not only are they showing up, we just ate all of those buyers. This candle is crazy. Volume-wise. Uh, This is a great risk off. If you have the ability to close another one here, this is full target based off our pathing from 90. If we can flip our pivot low, that would be beautiful. But we should expect that there's going to be some buying and absorption here. That it only makes sense. Right? It's what we talked about from our drawing. This is where we expect. It's just the bottom of our range, right? So we might need to see a reoffer at 70s here.
According to a Fox report
don't
on
just
X
see an
saying US
immediate
official
sell.
tells me that Indian refiners have reportedly bought about 60 million barrels of Russian oil for April delivery.
This is just what we pathed out, right? This is that bear flag idea, right, into this absorption from our 90 to 96. And then we got our lower high here. And now we've got this flip, this absorption here at our 70s. And we've now rotated fully down into these lows again, this 60 to 55 that we talked about, where we've seen this two-sided trading. So now we've done the full move that we pathed. If we want to do a secondary, we're going to need to see a very clear sweep below this and then hold of this for a continuation down for anything more. But we've now done the full range. So let's see if we can get this next leg or if they're going to continue to take in these lows. I just don't have the answer for you yet. I'd like to assume that we break lows. But, you know, let's be realistic and play our mechanical
ECB
setup.
Schneebel says
You've
we're
got the ability
facing
to
a
hold the
massive
runner.
energy price shock.
You have a very clear
Schneebel speaking in
invalidation
Zurich.
where we'll watch to see if buy side holds this and then rotates us back up to the seller. And then if we get our next down leg, or if we can just immediately sweep below and then go from here playing this, right? I just don't know what's going to happen into these lows yet. But we've done full target. And we've done full target on NQ as well, off of the flip of our 30s. Yeah. Back into our bottom of range.
Just give some context to the India headline. You had just some context. Trump issued a 30-day waiver to allow Russian oil already at sea from March 12th and through April 11th midnight DC to be offloaded sanction free. Ed Paulson says it's very valuable that longer run inflation expectations are anchored.
Been sitting 55s, 550 contracts. Do you see that flip that we talked about, Rory, into that 62 though now on NQ? Is that clear? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, like this liquidity is off sides. So we have this catalyst where like POC closed into our highs, and then we have this secondary where POC then closed again in our highs, and all these buyers are off sides and cooked. And then as soon as we pop below 30s, we now do the full rotation back down to our bottom of range, right? So it's just the range rotation with sellers now scrubbed. And I don't know what happens here. Like, it makes sense that we find buyers unless Russell can figure out it wants to continue downwards. But we're just back to the bottom of our oscillation, so we have to be careful. What the heck? So it's just like a hold a runner, move stops down, trail, and go from there. Understand that a potential bounce here into our bottom of ranges is like very likely. Yeah. We watch to see if this sweeper that's above us can hold, or if we're going to need to come back up. Again, finding a buyer down here is pretty obvious. It's just how much of a buy are we going to get, right, from here. But a reaction should be expected. For NQ, it's very similar, where we're watching into these lows, how we interact like here, and if we can flip, or if this is going to just hold another low rotation.
According to Axios, House
I'll
Speaker
be
Johnson
right
is
back.
to put short-term DHS funding on the floor. White House official says the Small Business Administration is opening up new loan guarantees for farmers and food supplies. So the SBA is offering a 90% grocery guarantee on loans for small businesses in the agriculture and logistics industries.
I wonder if Mario gets on today. I want to see this guy get absorbed here, and then I want to see them try to sweep us below for this continuation without having to come all the way back up. That'd be nice. Isn't he tanning somewhere warm? He's in Colorado checking on a property that he is potentially, or that he just bought. But I don't know if he was going to trade or if he was going to just call it until Monday. Did he not tell you guys that already? I thought he would have.
Also from Axios, House Speaker Johnson is not planning vote on Senate passed DHS bill.
Yeah, he's in Colorado right now. He's looking to buy some land to build a house. Yeah, always has been as well, though. Man, it would be sick if we could just hold this edge here and then rotate below. Hold in this liquidity. They're trying. They're definitely trying. Bid has is still showing at 55s on ES. 64 is holding offer. Just watching Russell into the bottom of our range. And Q as well. Oh, excuse me.
Financial Times reports that the US has held talks with firms about scrapping offshore wind leases.
Bro. Jesus Yeah, a lot, right, Komodo?
Iran's IRGC warns US-linked Israel allies, industrial companies, and heavy industry in the region to evacuate their workplaces, according to Iranian media.
In this situation, would you expect them to fill and push the price up, or fill and then maybe they pull and move down? Um, well, we have to. I mean, like 55 is where we expect them to absorb. So they're still just kind of defending that same edge. I don't know.
Russia
Is
may
my
introduce a ban on gasoline exports for producers from April the 1st, according to TASS.
like I think that they're definitely trying to advertise
And US
55.
Secretary of State Rubio told their G7 counterparts that Iran war should end in a matter of weeks.
But I think 70 comes
That's according
first.
to 3 people familiar with the talks. Rubio did not ask a G7 to contribute ships to clear the Strait of Hormuz now, but asked them to prepare for a post-war role, again according to 3 people.
I don't know. It's really tough, man, because we have so much absorption here and we're not seeing a desire yet. On both NQ and ES, right? Like it's just I don't know. It's very tough. But I think that the lack of ability to push below as of right now is making me feel like we're going to have to come up first before we go down. That's kind of my thought process, but we are holding where we need. So it's really a 50-50. This is what I see on footprint on both ES and NQ. Right, we've got very clear absorption on NQ here into these lows. And I think that we probably need to tag above into like 520, 530 again, trapping, and then we can go down unless a seller is going to really defend this this edge here. I have difficulty believing that we don't need to retest, but I mean maybe they do it, you know. This is looking good, right? This is what we want to see. We've got this trap buyer above. We've gotten that lower offer where we wanted at our 480s. We've gotten our rotation down. So if we can get below this 60, I think that maybe we tag into 55s, we trap, and then we retest, and then we go. I just don't, I don't know. It's too sideways here. We know that 55 has to flip for more downside, or we're just going to continue to absorb into this low, right? Like that's been the plan. So I just got to wait to see what we're going to do. I have little faith that that will just sweep directly through 55s with no challenge, but maybe. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. It's going to depend on if Russell breaks these lows or not, I think. Like we can clearly see the absorption here, but I think that like the bid definitely tries to hold and then traps here and then we look up. That's my, I don't know. Yeah. I'll be much more confident once we figure out what we do here. But I think like a retest and reoffer will be really beneficial for us here because like this will create our new risk, right? Like these buyers will be offsides above and then we'll have the ability to then play off of this 60 for a reoffer, which could be really good for us. And then we wouldn't have to come all the way back up to 70. Right? Like if this is now where we can look for our risk, that would be sick for us. They might try to front run at 58, but I'm watching our 60. Keeping an eye on this. We got our bounce at 55s. Now just watching our reoffer. Yeah. They're front running 58.
ECB Schnabel says there is no need to rush into action. Schnabel says we have time to analyze data.
New 15's 20 seconds. This is how I'm trying this as our position. Just watching to see if we get the secondary leg. I put an initial size on at 58 just because I saw them front running. But I've got more of a position at 60 with stop at 63, very tight into new 15s. Just in case we don't tag, but my risk is very small here. Just watching to see how we interact. 55 bid still very clear. Watching POC to value as our retest for reoffer. We push into that. Seeing if we get the full fill. If this sell fails here, if we fail to hold and maintain this, we will rotate the full range, and it will probably be beneficial to flip. Same thing on NQ. Watch our offer into 499. If we're gonna do it, that's where I'd expect it to be. We push into these guys. Holding our low of range here on NQ.
UN spokesperson says the UN has established a task force to create new mechanism for Tradeify modes to facilitate fertilizer trade and movement of related raw materials. US Secretary of State Rubio is saying that we had a really good meeting in G7.
Holding our value to POC of our previous candle is offer on NQ. Still need to breach the 75. Yes. Again,
Rubio
they're
says we
front running
expect
at
the Iran operation to
58s.
conclude at an appropriate
Gotta get
time.
below 55.
We're talking weeks, not months.
Very slow market. If they have any sort of news coming out, this trade will be pretty cucked. I'm not gonna lie. With how slow we are, but if 55s can flip, then
Rubio
this
says
will feel
Iran
good.
may decide to set up a tolling system on the Strait of Hormuz.
They already are. I don't know. Like I said, very tight stop here. I'm just watching to see if this absorption can hold. In our lows, following our plan. Yeah. Well, you know.
On to TASS News, decision to ban gasoline exports for Russian producers from April 1st to 6 from April 1st for 6 months has been made. Again, decision to ban gasoline exports for Russian producers from April 1st for 6 months has been made. EU Commission says oil and gas security of supply stable for the moment. So again, oil and gas security of supply is stable for the moment. Traders trim ECB rate wages and see 50% chance of a hike in April. US Trade Representative Greer, speaking about China, says China probes are symbolic.
Oh boy. Guess what, boys? This just popped up on the feed. Trump's here to save the market, boys. Holy. Jesus. Oh, bro, this is probably so good. Wendy's new Thin Mint Frosty Fusion. Yo, that looks so good.
The Commission says
It's
they
got
discuss
the
preparedness in
pieces in
case
it.
of long
It's just a
disruption.
blizzard. Maybe I actually go to a Wendy's.
US Trade Representative Greer posts a message on X about China. Rubio says there are no meetings scheduled as of now on Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, I only have one contract done from 58 from the front road. But I
Treasury
mean, it
Representative
is what
Greer
it
says
is.
goal remains economic stability and balanced trade with China.
It is what it is. Been sitting at 450 here.
Rubio also says when we finish with Iran, its regime will be weaker than it is now. Germany's Chancellor Merz says we have to accept that Germany's old business model no longer works.
I've got liquidity resting at this 50 and at 45s below on yes.
Rubio told G7 foreign ministers today that the war with Iran will continue for another 2 to 4 weeks, as according to an Axios report on X.
Rustle into our lows. You can see that absorption. I'm really trying to post as many footprints as I can so that you guys can visualize this with me. Because I think this has been very helpful for you.
Rubio says there is nothing Russia is doing for Iran that impedes our operation.
Right, we got this. This is our look below. Aggressive offer. Same thing on NQ though, right? With our hold here. Just pushing down into these lows. See if we can get below 440 or if that holds. But like very clear. Same thing here on yes. We're doing that full pathing that we talked about with the absorption from our 85.90. Rotation down, coming back down into our 60s. I talked about that front run at 58s that I saw. Had positioning on just in case into that 60, stops at 63, just into these highs. And we're just pushing down now.
Rubio says Zelensky's comments on Thursday about supposed US demands for Ukrainian concessions were a lie, adding that aid to Ukraine is not contingent on giving up Donbass. Zelensky was also told security guarantees come only after there is an end to the war. Rubio says we can achieve our goals in Iran without any ground troops. ECB Schnabel says we'll do what's needed to ensure price stability. Heads up, Trump is now arriving to the podium. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. So he's supposed to be speaking to farmers.
Another farmer bailout, just like his last term.
It's a reminder earlier on he had from the White House official that the Small Business Administration is opening up new loan guarantees for farmers and food suppliers. House GOP plans vote on 8-week stopgap on DHS funding. Twenty reports here that the Royal Navy has been authorized to step up hostile action against the Russian shadow fleet in the waters of the UK, including the English Channel, with UK's PM Starmer ordering warships, commandos, and law enforcement personnel to stop and board tankers suspected of evading sanctions imposed on Russia since the invasion of Ukraine, according to Navy Lookout. HB Snowball says no central bank wants to repeat 2022 experience.
Trump is slurring a lot today. TPs for
Rubio
longs.
says there isn't a naval blockade surrounding Cuba. Reason for blackouts is old equipment that has not been maintained.
I don't know, man. You're kind of at it. Maybe like into 1995 to take out those wicks. Yeah, I think 500 makes sense, but we'll see. I don't know, man. It's hard because like I'm in a short.
Rubio says we're waiting for further clarification on who will be talking to on Iran negotiations. Again, we are waiting for further clarification on who we will be talking to on Iran negotiations. Germany's Chancellor Scholz says we're trying to influence Israel, but with limited success. Israel military say they have struck the heavy water plant in Arak in central Iran a short while ago. So just confirming what was reported by Iranian news media. Now the Israeli military saying it struck the heavy water plant in Arak in central Iran a short while ago. Rubio says we had exchange of messages and indications from Iranian system about a willingness to talk about certain things. Also from Rubio, he says we expect a response from Iran today or tomorrow. Rubio says that Iranian tolling on the Strait of Hormuz would not be acceptable.
And you just look for your offer in 500, 520.
Also, Rubio says we did not ask NATO or any other party to join the war with Iran. Rubio says nations that will be most impacted by tolling should do something. I received a good reception on that.
Russell potentially has a full range rotation to do here if we don't reject into these highs, which would lead us up. Into our 500, 520, like I said, just watching to see if we absorb here. And Q, sorry, yes, into our 60, 63.
ECB Schnabel says we shouldn't overreact to the current situation.
See if we flip or if we hold.
Trump says we're doing really well in Iran. Germany's Chancellor Merz says if there is international mandate after Iran war and parliamentary approval, there could be help, for example, with mine clearance.
He just said, by the way, we're doing very well in Iran, and then went back to farmers just to get the algo. That would give us a pop. I think Russell does a full rotation up to 89s, giving us a breakout here. But we'll see. Russell held our low of range. We have to respect that.
Let's go now to with Bakey's total rig count forecast 554, prior 552. Oil rig count prior 414. Seeing here, FBI confirms hackers targeted FBI Director Patel's emails, so pro-Iran group takes credit for compromising Patel's account. FBI just saying information is historical nature, no government data. US Secretary of State Rubio says sanctions relief on Russian crude is not a permanent policy for the US. Merz says German contribution in resolving the crisis is an option.
Holding our offers so far across the board.
Trump repeats that the US resumed soybean flow to China.
Just watching to see if we hold this off the flip. See if we get this flip. NQ holding our 50 or 500 to 520. Yes, holding our 60 to 63 off of the look above. Watching to see if we can get back in this and play this down off of the failure there. Russell lack of a bid at our edge is interesting.
That concludes remarks from U.S. Secretary of State Rubio.
Just testing our edge low here on NQ, watching to see if bid holds off of the failure. We need to see a very clear buyer here and then a step up if longs are going to be in play. Rotations up to 560. If not, we are going to see this weakness here, and it's not looking great, right? Our offer still maintained where it needed to. Bid at 54s here on ES. Just watching our same offers before, seeing if this will hold and trap this liquidity above.
Trump says that I'm requesting additional farm relief for farmers.
Just keeping an eye on that.
The Trump will request additional farm relief in next funding bill. 5 minutes ago, to get the Baker Hughes data. Baker Hughes total rig count forecast 554, prior 552. Oil rig count prior 414.
I can't, like, imagine being a farmer, man. Like, he nuked you, and now you have to go begging and pleading for a bailout again, just like his first term. Like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Insane. Yeah, they were ruined. Tariffs ruined them. Soybean farmers, we couldn't trade with China, bro. Like, they got ruined. Expect our value low here off of a failure at our highs. I don't know. It's very two-sided. I think it's fine if you're trying to play off of the lower high, but it could come back on us. It's a 1-to-1 right now. Feels bad. It's just Trump talking.
Trump says we're announcing new guidelines on diesel.
Made me eat my loss just to come back to entry. What a surprise. Yeah, I mean, it's Trump talking. I took a stop there as well, but I just got back in. It's fine. It happens. It's part of the process. 60 back to 55, same as before. Yeah, man, because, like, what does it matter? That's why I had such a tight stop on my risk to reward there. 60-63 is super tight. We played it down, we make money. If it comes back up and stops us out, who cares? The only way that you lose on that trade is by greed. And then you just re-enter on the look back in.
Totally expecting Baker Hughes.
Oh, he said 6-7. He said the funny. Yeah, man. Listen,
His
Trump
really
is talking right
it
now.
struck
There's
uranium
not a great
extraction
trade,
facility from
but
all
we have a very
located in
clear
Yazd
offer
in central Iran.
above us on both NQ and ES. This is our supply.
Baker Hughes total rig count 543, low in the forecast of 554. It's waiting on the oil rigs.
On both NQ and on ES. So as long as that's holding, there's nothing for me to do here other than just play it to the downside. But it's Trump's talking, so like
Oil rig count
getting stopped out
409,
is just like
409.
it is sadly part of the process. If your stops are too tight, but it's there's nothing has changed or invalidated.
Secretary of State Rubio
All we've
claimed
done,
the US is close to holding serious talks with Iran. It's coming from Axios.
close. Right, like, so when we fail to push lower and we see that bid step back up, all we're doing is taking out these wick highs. And then as soon as we come back in and then we reoffer, it's the same trade again. It's the same, nothing's changed. It's just a manipulation, right? It's just it's a way to take out and look for new liquidity off of a failure at our lows. So stopping out here is fine. And that, as long as we're looking to get back in, because we know NQ is holding and we're not getting the Russell move to the upside. Right, like we have very clear pivots and ideas of what we need to see happen for the bid to have follow through. Without it, we go down. We just follow our pathing that we already have listed. Right, like here, this is what we just did, both NQ and ES footprint wise. Again, like it's just about using proper risk. Like getting stopped is okay. Not understanding why and where is like, okay, well, how do we react? We wanted to see like an explosion over that if it was going to go, and it doesn't. So it's like, okay, well, we're just stopping out those guys, and then we'll play a rotation back down with limited risk. I don't know if you should call it a failed trade, because the trade paid, you just didn't take profit.
ECB Schnabel says the ECB is monitoring inflation expectations and the price setting.
I wish I could delete. And what I mean by that, Sinto, again, is like structurally nothing changed. So it's like, okay, well, let's just retry it. Because like this paid for the downside move, but we then didn't get follow through. Like I wanted that full target into 46s. We didn't get it. Like, all right, well, now we got to look in, absorb here, and then we look for the lower high, and then the rotation back through. And then we pray that this is enough of a liquidity grab to take out said lows for our full target now. Right? Sometimes you need that look above to absorb, right? Like look at the footprint, all these buyers that are absorbed up into here. And then we rotate back down. Hopefully this now allows us to take out our lows, right? Like that's the idea. We'll see if it plays or not. So far, NQ bouncing our bottom of range pretty clearly. Buyers absorbing here. RTY holding our low of oscillation as well. Let's see. Oh my god, this guy says the same sentences every time he talks. Yeah, maybe you're right, Komodo. Maybe the bets on what Trump says are easy money. Brother repeats himself like no one else. Stimming out. I'm stopped there. Full range rotation. See if we flip.
The US signals to its allies that there is no immediate plans for an Iran invasion.
Hold of our lows on NQ, ES, RTY, no change. Watch to see if we sustain that bid or not. Unsure. Just full range rotation. Stop that rudder. Not a big deal.
So just to keep users updated, Trump is still speaking, just currently speaking about renewable fuel standards, as well as loan guarantees for farmers, things like that. We'll let you know if he says anything related to policy.
All we've done is trap above. No change. Just fully retracing this candle. Full range rotation. Did I get back in at 60? No, I'm flat. I got stopped over 63 and just flattened out. It might be worth trying to play off of this 50-54 though, long was. Same with ES here, like 53 to 71. Just keeping an eye on it for high or low. I'm not in anything, I'm just waiting. I don't, I mean, like, what are we doing? A Democrat would accept that tractor, but I can't accept that tractor, is what he just said. After accepting a $400 billion plane from a foreign country. Like, what reality do we live in, man? Holy. You know, I saw the craziest. I guess, I mean, nothing's crazy at this point. But it's, you don't always see people be honest about intentions. And yesterday I saw a clip that I was like, oh, interesting. Let me see if I can find it again. I think it basically sums up this administration. Saying the quiet part out loud.
ECB Schnabel says the scale of the fiscal response will be important.
Back down 5-hour range. Excuse me. What happened? Just a random news candle, man.
France's Finance Minister Lescure says energy aid will not require a new budget.
10 seconds till new 15s.
Can't disagree with you. I mean, it's hilarious. I think this is the most corrupt presidency in U.S. history with the money they are raking
That's
in
the
with
French
the
Finance Minister currently
NFTs and the
speaking in
meme
Paris.
coin. I mean, it is so blatant. It's right in front of our eyes. And the funny thing about I don't care as long as we get a wall and mass deportations. If I have not made that clear, I don't care about anything but saving the country.
Wild. You guys know who Ann Coulter is, right? That's crazy that you don't. Holy. Must be nice, Roy. That's good. I wish I could live in that reality. Holy, do I wish I could live in a reality where I didn't know the names of these people.
France has so far released 580,000 barrels of oil out of the amount pledged by France as part of the IEA's release of strategic stockpiles to deal with the Middle East crisis. That's according to French Finance Minister Lescure.
Are they just gonna continue buying this? Like, what's the deal? Seems like it. I'm a bit worried about NVIDIA here, boys. This is a break of like our range. I added to my position, but until we get back over, I'm a bit scared here. Probably one more leg down into 164. But there might not be a better buying opportunity if we do bounce soon. We'll have to see. I can't believe we're holding this candle. Blows my mind. It's crazy because like all of our breadth indicators say that we should be expecting like a pretty significant buy Are too many people going to be looking for a short over this weekend and we do the opposite and it's actually like mega bid? Everything is like pretty oversold, man.
And Trump has now concluded his remarks to farmers at the White House.
Well, I'm not talking about like the bottom, but we should be expecting a rotation here soon. I mean, it's without a fail that we found a bid in these lows in the history of the market, basically, breadth-wise. Like, we've oscillated this without fail since 2007. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, it's that relief hasn't really showed yet. But without fail, since 2007, we've found a low in this area. I don't know if it's going to happen with, oops, what just happened? With one more leg down, and then we go, but soon we're going to have to start. I mean, like, even if we go and look at, like, the COVID lows, we still maintained these oversold conditions. Like, everything has been able to maintain these lows. And it has resulted in reversion. And same thing with our breadth here for percent of stocks. Like, we've been able to maintain these pretty clear in our oscillations for breadth. There's only just
S&P
so much
500
that the market
extending
can
losses
fall
here down
before
1.2% now.
we just
The
get too
dollar
far
up
away.
0.3%.
Don't know. Trump's done though, so maybe we get another trade. I'm waiting for a retouched. I'm not in this. Same trade happened, but I'm not playing that again. After that candle, that was crazy. I'll watch to see what we get here. I would assume we're just headed down to ADRs here. So ES into 430 and Q into 380, 384. But I'd like to see a reoffer for us to get in for that move. Nothing yet, but I can play off of. Maybe 440, 460 area on NQ. I'm waiting for ES to give us a level. If Russell can break our range low, then we'll have that leg down that we want, down to like 470. I don't know. Let's keep an eye on this.
State TV reporting that Iran's Revolutionary Guard targeted US-Israeli forces in Kuwait's Bibiyan Island.
There isn't a great reoffer yet, sadly. Just slow grind. I'm just watching to see as we push back up if we get anything opportunity-wise. There's potential that I just miss this move if we don't get a good retest that I feel comfortable in. But like these as targets make a ton of sense. I just don't know where that opportunity is going to be. If we can come back up into this and kind of like retest this edge, I'd love that for us. But I don't know if we're just going to like just melt right here and then just go straight to target now. Without us. Which would suck. But trying to take something here just feels a little awkward. I mean, we might miss this full move. That sucks. But no entry. Russell got the breakdown though. That was target there. Damn. That was target on both ES and NQ for the most part. Maybe one more leg down. 2 minutes left on this candle. I'm hoping that the new 15 gives us an entry because that felt really bad not being able to get in. Fuck, man. That sucks. I'm like almost willing to just play this as a blind knife catch for the rotation back up. Let's see what happens in 20 seconds before I decide what I'm gonna do. That's a huge risk, man. Oh, God, that sucks. I don't think I'm willing to do it. Like, this just looks like a bid to me from our ADRs. I'm not shorting ADR low. Not after we missed a move. That just feels bad. Maybe if we get reoffers like this, there will be something, but I can't take that. It sucks we missed it, but like if we get a reoffer or something like this, maybe I'll take it into our POC to Val, but I don't know. The most serious sell side is sitting here. You could try playing off of 401 to 393. That's your most aggressive seller. But if that doesn't hold, we rotate back up. So you have to have a very tight stop there. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of though. I'd rather see us come up a bit higher personally, but if sell side holds this edge, then that's like incredibly bearish. But I personally am not shorting ADR low. Maybe I missed the move. It'll be all right. But you've got this little imbalance here that you can play off of. Again, just into this 393, 401 area. That would be your most aggressive reoffer. Later. Have a good weekend, man. So far, bouncing off of ADR low. Playing that knife catch would have been money, but I'm too big of a pussy to do it, to be honest. The knife hit you? Well, that is probable. Oh, Lord. I hate when things just like slow melt down and we can't find an entry. Feels terrible, man. And what sucks is like we weren't even wrong. It's just like news wicked us out. And then we didn't re-enter. Feels bad. Like we just went right to targets. It's crazy how much this market is just completely and totally fake when you actually think about like what is happening in Iran. Like not only is the oil industry fucked for the next like 10 to 15 years because of this, but now the steel industry is going to be screwed. Like Israel just hit 3 of Iran's largest steel production plants. Like this is world trade, man, and we're just like nothing matters. We're just acting like as soon as this is over, everything's gonna go back to normal.
The S&P down 1.3%, Nasdaq falling 1.8%, the Dow down 1.3%.
And then after that, this is what Iran has to say now, because they now have to do a counter, right? Because Israel attacked them. So now we're just going after civilian infrastructure because Israel is. Like, it's just like, all right, man. Yeah. Like, how is Iran going to believe anything that we say when we promise that we won't attack energy infrastructure, and then the day after we attack energy infrastructure? Like, what are we doing? I struggle when the volume on ES SPY and NQQQ diverge. If you look at the daily, it looks like SPY and QQQ have low volume nodes down here to 600 and 530, but on ES and NQ, it looks like we are hitting the volume node now. Rely on ES and Q in these scenarios. Yeah, or SPX. Something that doesn't roll is really important. But it's hard, man, because you're not wrong. Like, we don't have a ton to work off right now. We're just kind of like channeling down. Usually I rely on SPX in situations like this, but I don't have a ton of answers for you. I'm going to just watch this low. I don't know, it's very hard for me to short ADR on ES and NQ. That makes me feel like we also get a bounce. That's kind of where I'm at as well. I'm also not great in slow markets, so not a lot for me to go off of. But yeah, structurally we are where I thought we would be. It just is going there without us. I think that we could potentially see like one more look lower into like 388, 380 on ES if ADR flips, but we would have to see like a pretty clear flip of ADR. But that's my low target if we don't just hold tiered bear. So maybe we get another opportunity under 420 to play this down. I can't short ADR low. I can't do it. Not with
Google
both
needs
ES
a deal
and
to
NQ
help finance an
at ADR.
Anthropic data center,
no
according to the
divergence.
Financial Times.
I'm just going to watch to see what we do here. Not unless we got like a reoffer above that looked really juicy, but right now it just looks like I got stopped out at the highs and our full move is played without us, and now I have FOMO. That's what it feels like. So I don't want to do anything. Because like I expect that we bounce here and then we have to get an opportunity higher above.
So looking into this then, Google plans to throw in its financial support behind a multi-billion-dollar data center project in Texas leased to Anthropic as it builds out its infrastructure to deal with the AI lab. Now, backing from Google is expected to be finalized in the coming weeks and would include the search giants offering construction loans for the Nexus data centers, the site's operator, according to people familiar. FT articles on the feed for those interested.
I don't know. I mean, if we get like a solid reoffer at any point, then I'll look to play it. But without it, if it's just a continuation and slow grind down, there's no entry for me. I would need to see us go higher first for me to care. If we don't get that, then nothing. I'm gonna go grab water. I'll be right back. We're still just holding POC as offer, but not great retests. Again, like I have a hard time shorting where we are, unless we get some sort of look above that looks solid. This is just where I'd expect the bid to be. This is NQ, ADR, ES ADR, our average daily range low. Good hold of our value to POC of our previous candle so far on our open of new 15s, but very slow. I don't tend to play slow markets. Later, Basil. A bullish fan. The hell's a bullish fan? Oh. New strat. Yeah, man. You wouldn't even need to use Claude. You would just set an alert from when they're all crossed and are pushing it together. But I wouldn't do it on VIX. It's hard to do PA on a volatility index. Because you have to remember like what VIX is actually, like what it actually is. But I'm sure it works really well for stocks to give like a good signal for trending stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine what hedging looks like going into this weekend with everyone thinking that we're going to have a ground invasion. You know what I mean? like I just can't even fathom the amount of hedging that's going on right now.
According to Al Mizra News, an important statement from the Yemeni armed forces is expected in the coming hours.
I don't know. I think too many people at this point are now expecting us to, like I was very, how do I word this?
So that's coming from Al Mizra News.
I'm very worried that too many people are going to be hedged into the weekend. Yeah. Dude, I thought they were doing that with the pixelated posts and the vague posting they were doing on the White House account, and then it was just them advertising their Palantir White House app. Like, are you kidding me? Hmm.
Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi posts on X just confirming that Israel hit two of Iran's largest steel factories. He did say that the attack contradicts the President of the United States' extended deadline for diplomacy and that Iran will exact a heavy price for Israeli crimes.
Man, it is crazy what data Bloomberg has. Like, how does Bloomberg have this chart? So the U.S. has bought 322 Tomahawks in the last 5 years, and we've used 850. We've expended 850 in Iran. And we've only bought 322 over the last 5 years. And our replenish rate is 250. We're going to run out of missiles, man. Replenish at 250 a year. I'm sure they can make more. I don't know what the max is. I don't know if they would put that out there. I'm trying to look into it right now. It looks like our total supply in 2017 was 4,170. I don't know how many we've used, but if we've only bought 322 since then, And we've been at war in the Middle East for the last 50 years. I'm curious. We've used 850 in this Iran strike at least. I wonder. And I don't know how much we've used in Ukraine. Like, I'm sure that there's some, like, I need one of the war artists who's been tracking all of Ukraine stuff to tell me. I'm sure they have all the numbers. Going out to dinner tonight? Probably not. Are there any other movies playing right now? I've got that free movie ticket from when the theater the power turned off in the theater. Cinemark. Maybe I'll go see a movie if there's something playing. No, there's not. Okay. I'm sorry there really isn't much to do. This sucks. I hate that we missed this move. That's really disappointing. But, I mean, this is unplayable. At 440s? Yeah, I mean, that's a good trade. Good job. That POC to value was really great. I think you're just headed down to 420, to be honest, but man, I'm not taking that. I can't believe I gave up that trade at 60s, man. Ugh, that sucks. This offer from POC of previous candle is really good on NQ. I don't know, like, where are we even headed on NQ, man? I don't even know.
S&P 500 index extends decline to 1.5%.
This is our full lower balance. I don't know. I think this is our low. I'm not gonna lie. This is our hourly chart off the NQ higher time frame. We just did this move. So like if we flip this, then maybe we go for the VPOC down at 178 and tag it like this tomorrow. If we do that, then we can start to head down to these lower ranges. But like this is where we've been like mega bid. Is down here at this green box. So maybe tomorrow we gap down over the weekend, end up into this green box at 050. 23.050, and then just bid again for the full range rotation. I don't know. I could see that. Right, we get this gap down from a close here into our lows, just like this. And then we just do this move. We'll have to see. It's a hard area to try to do anything. This is just that lower balance. God, I can't believe that I fucked up that trade. Ugh, that sucks.
There's further detail in regards to the armed forces, Yemeni armed forces. So Yahya Saree is the one to speak in a few hours, according to sources here. Remember, they're representing the Houthis.
This is target on ES. It's your full ADR rotation. I can't believe that we haven't been able to find another entry on ES. This sucks. I might have to go back to NQ. NQ's been fine. I really didn't want to though.
Just like in any further bits from the Al Masira piece, there's nothing else. It just says important statement from the Yemeni armed forces soon.
I need to see higher first before I short. Like that's been what I've been saying over and over again. NQ has given us that opportunity a couple times where we've tested into POC to value of previous candles, but the ES move just hasn't been very great. It's just this slow grind down with Russell. Now that we're looking below ADR in both NQ and ES, maybe that there's some potential for some expansion. But it's very hard for me, like I said before, to do much because I know how violent this edge is. Oops. We've seen a very reactive edge here on NQ. But if this doesn't hold, then we should be able to rotate down to 050. I would say. So I'm just going to keep an eye on this and see where we head as we push down.
So a reminder in regards to the Yemen Houthis. Yes, a couple of days ago, you had Iran's Tasnim citing an unnamed military source that Iran could activate the Bab al-Mandab Strait if attacks are carried out on Iranian territories in the island. So that's next to Yemen.
$30 seconds till new 15s. See if anything shuts up. Watching 340 for a bid on NQ if it's going to happen. $340 bidding, pushing back up into our offer for our previous candle. Watching as we push into 60s. Very clear. Sell side got absorbed here. Got to push up. We'd expect the offer to be sitting like 57 to 65 above. It's going to hold at this point. Start ADR edge. And again, we got to get below this 40 where POC sits.
Trump says he's going to be making a big speech on economics in Miami. It just reiterates that a military operation in Iran is going great.
This man. This is where your buyer sits.
Oracle recorded default swaps near 2008 record closing high.
See what we do here. 40 still holding. The battle between our seller here into 65 and our buyer at 40s, 32s.
So, reminder with Trump's speech, he's going to be speaking at the FII summit in Miami, Florida at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time is the time he's slated for.
Buyer holding our 40 lows, rotating over. Let's see if we get a secondary here. 64s is where you're looking for that bid to be. 64 to 56. Your secondary where buyers now need to try off of that flip. This is ES bouncing from our target, right? Our 21.
House Speaker Johnson says
Pushing
that
up
he
to
will
our
offer
offer
a
here.
simple stopgap to fund DHS until May 22nd. He did call the DHS bill from Senate a joke.
Sell side sits 88 to 405 above. We can hold here, and that's where I would expect us to head.
US House to vote to restore Homeland Security funding until late May, setting up a contrast with bill that passed Senate, Speaker Johnson says. IEA said they've been informed by Iran that the Shahid Rezai Nejad Yellow Cape production facility in Yazd province, also known as Ardakan, was attacked today.
That's not new information.
IEA on Shahid Rezai Nejad Yellow Cake production facility says there's no increase in offsite radiation levels reported. The IAEA is looking into the report.
We'll see if this is a trap above and then a rotation down, taking out lows, or if we can sustain here for a secondary move. Super important.
House Speaker Johnson says that we're planning vote on DHS stopgap bill as soon as possible.
Yeah, I was hoping that it was going to give Russell a secondary leg. But I don't know if we're going to get it. It's a little too early to tell, Celtics. Right now it just looks like a trap to me, but we'll see. All we know is that we have a buyer at 40s that we've identified, and that we have a seller who's offsides above 70. The buyer at 40 is incredibly clear. And now we know that we have a guy who's offsides here on a look above. We're watching to see how we react here on a look back in. Can we take out these lows?
US oil rises
Or
above
can we bid
$100 a
back
barrel
and
ahead of
go?
settlement.
I'm sure. Really paying attention to this edge. Seeing if we get this flip with these guys offsides. We've got a very clear trap across the board if this happens. So many people were absorbed into in 430s on ES. We just need to see a secondary seller step down here from 24. If we get that, we're in a really good spot. If they fail, I don't know. We really want this reoffer, is what I'm trying to get at. Like it's incredibly important that these guys remain offsides, and we can get below this buyer here on ES. Clear offer hold. Absorption into highs. We need to see this secondary sweep down. Yeah. This is like what we have down here on ES. That's why I'm watching it so carefully. It's like, this is potentially an insane trap. I want to see the seller continue to try to defend 64 or 65. I want this to continue to try to remain offsides, these guys here. But I need to see a sweep below 40s for this to make sense, where we trap this liquidity. Same thing with ES. There's just nothing. We're waiting. This might be a bit too volatile for most of you. So just be patient. Settlement's about to end. Just watching this 65 to 76 basically, or whatever that wick high is, 78 for on MNQ. Can we maintain these and absorb here with RTY and ES putting in lower highs? If so, a lot of potential. Let's see what we do. Get me out of here, man.
NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $99.64 a barrel, up $5.16 or 5.46%. Gasoline April futures settle at around $3.25 a gallon. Diesel April futures settle at around $4.49 a gallon, and NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at around $3.09. Trump tells DHS OMB to use funds with Logic Nexus for TSA. According to a White House memo.
We gotta get out of here fast. I'm like terrified of this. Just kill it. We have to flip this 5560. This is your first risk off here. It has to be. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. 45, 55. That's where this buyer is. Slow. where they're trying to absorb. We have sellers above, and we have this buyer here, this bid at our low. Just POC of this candle. Oh, get me out.
Again, Trump directs DHS Secretary and OMB Director to compensate TSA employees.
Again, this is your first risk off. It has to be. If we can get this sweep below, then we're in a really good position. But until then, just watch your POC of previous candle here at 50s. Oh, Lord. Offer sitting at 430 on ES. Same as before. If Russell starts to lead up again, this is donezo. Just got this pivot here at our like 68 to 78, 10 points. We just need to continue to see them absorb here and then flip below 40s for downside, or we'll continue to just make higher lows, and then any pop over this with Russell leading equals a decent bottoming pattern short term for at least a rotation up to VWAP would be my guess. We just need them to continue to just absorb here and hold this high for this rotation down. This feels awful on either side. Just feels so jumpy. Again, I've filled half just into our first target there. Into POC, a previous candle. Just trying to hold runners now. Again, stop 78s, but understand if we pop, it's probably done. I want to see for each of these with the clear sweeps, or this is about it. At 53 is where that bid rests.
Senior Iranian official says U.S. action of launching attacks on Iran while simultaneously calling for talks is intolerable.
True.
And they add that Tehran has yet to decide whether to respond to U.S. proposals because of attacks on industrial and nuclear infrastructure. It's echoing what Arakchi said earlier on.
So the way that I'm playing this right now is this feels very volatile, but I'm playing off of our settlement here.
So again, Iran officials says that Iran's response to U.S. proposal had originally been expected to
Right,
be
this is
delivered
1-to-1. So
on Friday
we're
or
break
Saturday.
even on this trade right now. And I'm trying to see if we can get more. I'd like to see this breach lows, of course, but I understand that we are holding POCs as supportive, but I don't know. I can see the absorption. I can see the overall downtrend. So I'm trying to play it. I'm hoping that they give us this as a trap for the next leg, but I've taken 1-to-1 just to make this trade free. And I'm trying to leave a runner now, but I do see a very clear bid here. So you've got very clear risk playing off of this 53 with your risk at the low here. If you're trying to go long 45 to 53, if you want to play the opposite side of this trade, I see both sides. I get it. There it is again. Like I can see a seller there. I can see him sitting. It's 1-to-1, so the opportunity is there. Just has to flip this 53 to 45 bid. Or this is just going to continue to be where that buyer defends and where the seller defends, and you can try either side. If RTY starts to lead up, we're going to be in a tough situation for the short side. That's all I'm saying. But we'll see. I'm break even. Yeah, later, man.
Houthi military spokesman announces that they'll be targeting Israel. And it looks like the post just has gone. So we'll see if they put it out again. But it did say that the Houthi army spokesman announced targeting Israel. But as I said, post has gone now.
You know I will. I don't know how anyone can just be like, I'm like talking to my friends and they like have no clue what's going on. I'm like, dude, like what? How are you not full on panicking? RTY leading up. Huge squeeze off of that 53. Stopped. See if we get the flip. I might be done off of that, dude. Like, what is this? See if we get this flip. If we hold this flip, then maybe I'll stay. If not, then I'm out for the rest of the day. I'm not going to play this volatility. New 15's opening now. 10 seconds.
Brent crude futures settle at $112.57 a barrel, up $4.56 or 4.22%.
Okay, what are we doing? Just another range rotation of this garbage. Back down to our buyer here. Yeah, I kind of feel you. Back to our 53 to 50, 45. Just watch your reoffer. Okay, all I think I did is they trapped above, and then it's just a reoffer of our same sell, and now rotation back down. But, like, that's so messy, man. Yeah, I mean, you just have to have set risk. Like, you have to just be willing to buy the edge low with a stop, and then have a limit at the highs, and just stop out it if we flip. If you're gonna try to trade this, if not, like, it's gonna move without you. I mean, these moves are disgusting.
According to Axios, Iran's parliament leader Galibaf has emerged as a key figure in Trump's push for peace talks with Tehran.
I mean, I don't know, man.
We have posted out the article on the feed for you to read through. So from the article, says a senior Iranian official and an Israeli official told Axios that Witkoff and Kushner had been communicating with Ghalibaf through a senior regime figure, though a senior regime figure denied this.
I mean, this is just headline after headline with no movement, and then as soon as we get something, it's reactive. Our zones would be fantastic and would be incredibly playable if we were in a normal environment. I mean, regardless, like this trade is fine. It's 1-to-1. We took a stop at our highs. There was no big loss there. But if it now reverts and goes the opposite direction, you know, it's going to be me missing the move again. And I don't think I'm willing to play it. Like right now, it's just like, does this bid at 53 to 45 hold for rotations back up? I don't know. Russell's still leading, so it makes me really weary to try shorts until we see that stop. I don't know, man.
Agricultural Secretary Rollins on Humo's impact on fertilizer says that I'm concerned on costs.
All right. I'm out of here. I mean, like, I'm not playing this. This is bad. Our trading this morning was much better.
Rollins just speaking to reporters.
It's not worth it. I'm not giving back gains. Trying to YOLO moves. Downtrend is still intact. News candles are super volatile. I'm going to take my winnings and dip. I mean, like, it's just not worth it. It's just manipulative garbage. I'm done. Fuck, this is me. I hope we don't. Really hope we don't. That'd be terrible. I don't know. I mean, it looks like we get another leg down here. That was a lot of pressure. If these guys can't sustain and get back up over 430 on ES, it just seems so cooked. But I don't know. I mean, I could be completely wrong. It could be a Trump tweet that comes
Secretary
out.
Rollins says that I'm planning fertilizer-related announcement in the next few days.
And there, it seems like we're just loading news right now into close. I don't want to be a part of that. But it looks like another like down is very likely here with that accumulation that we just saw in this wick out. I mean, this wick was nasty. And then the reoffer, it's just our range, but God. Any weekend swings? No. Not touching anything. I mean, you could buy an out of the money put and an out of the money call, and I'm sure one of them will pay. That's how I feel about weekend positions. Actual coin flip. Flat. Well, I believe that the Globex move is going to be nice. I just don't know if options are going to pay. I mean, the move could happen over the weekend, and then by Monday open, your options are cooked, right? Like I just I don't know. Listen, this is the most manipulative, corrupt, clearly fraudulent administration that has ever existed. Without a doubt. And you're trying to bet on them, and they are the ones that are manipulating the market. Like I can't. I don't know. I'm not gonna act like I know. We just erased 7 months of gains in 3 weeks because Trump is a retard. Like I don't. He had such a good economy going for what he wanted, and he just erased it all with this Iran thing to do nothing. Like I can't. I don't. There is not a logical explanation for what we're gonna do or what's gonna happen on the weekend. 7 months of gains just gone. Like with lasting consequences for the next 10 to 20 years. So I don't know about your positions over the weekend. I have no clue. I pray that we do not invade Iran. I pray. Because that's a 20-year war. I'm staying just for the new 15, but I'm done trading if we don't get anything here. Like I'm actually out. I'm not gonna look at it. This will move without me. I'm so sad that we missed this. Like this is the thing, is like I'm just getting stopped out on these moves from these random ass wicks. Like what are we doing? And what, you want me to re-enter every time? Like I just can't be bothered. The emotional toll is too much. Let's watch our reoffer here. Our low is still holding. Yeah, I mean, no one should want a war, man. Not especially if it's just because you have like a $200 position open. Like, people are gonna die. This is crazy. Absolute meaningless deaths. This absorption into 25s, this nasty work. 425s. And 352s here on NQ. They should try to sweep this down. This should be a sell. This is our POC to value as offer here on ES from our range. Lows taken.
Press TV says Iranian army drones strike major Israeli military logistics site.
Sell side desperately trying to push us down here. See if we can get some follow through. This should be like a clear sell here from now on. This 25 absorption is nasty work on ES. I'm trying it. Just look below.
Just keeping on the continued movement towards the downside in the S&P 500 as the VIX volatility index continues to move above 30. According to New York Times, Musk joined Trump and Modi call on Tuesday about the Iran war. But again, so 30, usually anything above 30 notes extreme volatility or extreme fear. But just staying above that at about 31.27.
Look at that 25. For what? ES or NQ? Only target I have for ES is 88s, 388s. For NQ, we're looking for 310s and then 160s. Or 190s.
According to N12 News from Israel, they say the reports on attacks in Tehran and Havas. So Iran International reporting that, as well as those at Sadrashimi Industries, a chemical subsidiary of Iran's defense ministry in Shiraz, was also attacked. European Union and CPTPP agreed to move forward with reaching historic digital trade agreement between both blocs, according to Canada's International Trade Minister.
That's first target here at 310s. All right. I'm out of here. There's just such a clear trader above that's completely offsides from 25s to 30s on ES. As long as that's kind of maintaining this balance here, looks pretty terrible for buyers. And we've just hit our bottom of range here on our target at on NQ. Watching to see if this will flip. If it does, we'd be looking for 190. If it doesn't, then you're looking for rotations back up to 450s if 310s hold, I would assume. Something in here. And then you watch for an offer. But it's too slow, not my market, not a fan. We had some really great trades this morning. I'm not giving it back for end of day news volatility. If you want to hold a runner, play downside until we see right side of V. Just look for re-offers on 15 minutes time frame for actual trades based off of POC to value. That's all I got. Yeah. Peace.